Okay, I think we are. Let me check the YouTubes. Yes. All right. So, getting back. So last time we did a few more a few more fixes on the nuclear plant. Fix some oil stuff, fix some water stuff as far as the waste coming, or the, I don't know if it's waste, but byproduct coming from the uranium there. And they got this stuff all up and running, and then we also started moving some belts for our the overflow stuff. So basically everything that we produced in the nuclear setup, and a little bit from phase 3, is kind of all gathered. Not all of it anyway, but a good portion of it is gathered, and so that's what all this mess is here. And we've been working through the waste, so we're actually only like less than 200, give or take, away from being completely done. This did get up to like 32,000, I think is what it was. And so for the past while, so I can actually go back and look, before AFK, so 552 hours, so that's in between the last stream and being AFK, it's been about 16 hours to get through all of that. So actually, this is actually working out really well. So we'll actually just kind of hang out here until that's done, and then we can go turn on those final reactors, and then we'll actually know if our waters thing is actually fixed. So that'd be cool. It'd be nice to get rid of this giant tower. I guess it's not really hurting anything. I guess this would start to back up. Not these machines, but those machines. Although, that being said, these have plenty of waste in them. So I guess it's not that big of a deal. Just thinking out loud. So we also, I was looking on Instagram for, or not Instagram, Reddit, for some inspiration for this upcoming build. We on the last episode or last stream, we started basically getting our modeler all set up. So we planned the aluminum factory, and we planned phase 4. So we had like a temporary phase 4. This is just a giant rat's mess. I didn't clean this up, but everything is kind of worked out for phase 4. The main thing though that we were looking at was we don't have enough rubber between what we're bringing over from the turbo towers and what we made in nuclear. Whew. That's fun. Yeah, so I was I logged in to do a little bit. I guess I can clean this or close that. I don't need that open now. I was doing a little bit of, like I said, inspiration for the upcoming thing, mainly for the pure copper, because we're going to need 8,000 copper bars for the nuclear pasta over yonder. I was looking at that, and then like I said, the big thing was we didn't have enough rubber, but I think I figured out a way to get us some without needing to go find more oil. So that'll be nice. And then the other thing is the aluminum. Now the thing with the aluminum was we're kind of limited on the coal. So I think I have a solution from that for the excess, or for the extra that we're going to need, because right now this plan was only producing, I mean, these numbers could shift, but yes, 700 ingots versus 1330, obviously way off. not quite there. So yeah, I think I have a plan for those. A plan for boosting these numbers anyway. I guess the problem though will be the sulfur. But I could sloop this, I guess. That actually might not be a bad idea. The coal I think we can solve for. The sulfur not so much. So we're down to 20. I didn't realize we were so close to getting this wrapped up. Last time I checked it, we were like 5,000. Well, we're starting to stutter. Not stutter, but yeah. So I think one of the other things that we need to do today. So what we're gonna do today is actually start gathering up resources and laying out some basic stuff for where we're gonna actually put phase 4. One of the things that I didn't think about whenever I built this is, so we've got this train track right here. This delivers our, not this one, but this bottom one delivers our space elevator parts from the different parts of the factory. Right now we only have a train stop for phase 3. Phase 2 goes directly into the main one, and those parts get carried to phase 2. Eventually we're going to need, and that is this train station right here. And then so you can see it leaves and it just kind of goes around. This is just a general idea that I had for the track, or for the path of that train. So we're going to actually have to change this a little bit and figure out where we're going to build the train station for phase 4. For phase 3 to get dropped off, and parts for phase 4 to get picked up. I know aluminum is going to go on the other side between the original steel factory and the original power plant. It's going to go in that area, but where the rest of phase 4 is going to go, I haven't entirely figured that out yet. It does take a buttload of water, or at least the pure copper part does. The main portion of the phase, I mean, if my math is right on this, it takes 237 water for us to complete, so that's not that big a deal. Technically, we've got bottled water that we can then unpack it, or packaged water. We can unpackage it and then just use that instead of running another pipeline. Man. Okay, so it's officially empty. And it's just recirculating as it goes through. So yeah, I'm kind of stalling a little bit because I can't turn those on until this is done, because these are set up for exactly what's going on over there. So unfortunately, if this was anything but nuclear waste, it wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, obviously. 1 water complaint, 2 water now. What was I complaining about water? I wasn't complaining about water. I was just saying that for phase 4, we don't need that much water, which is definitely not a complaint. It's a blessing. But anyway, so we need to put aluminum will go over there. That the coal, like I said earlier, I think the coal is figured out. The sulfur, we might have to either sloop the sulfuric acid, or we need to drone in another source of sulfur. Oh, come on, we're so close. And then that'll take care of that. The pure copper, that's going to be a bear. I'm not 100% sure where I'm going to get 8,000 copper ingots from. I started doing a little bit of the math, and it was like you need 84 machines if every single one of them is overclocked. If you don't overclock them, it's 212. So like that's just crazy. So 3100 copper ore is what we need. The water, I'm not worried about the water, so that's not a complaint. It's the amount of refineries that we need. Oh shit, are we down to our final one? Kind of looks like it. Yep. Okay, so now we're gonna go turn these on. That's not a complaint. I literally said not worried about the water. All right, so now we can finally turn these on. Yep, that should be good. And now I guess we'll give this a second to kick on, and we'll just make sure. Because these are all running at 100%. Which means these are running at 100% because they were using this waste instead of those waste. So now, this should be good. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just going to say that that's good, and if it's not, then hopefully the problem is that it just goes up in there, because then if there is a problem, then we just turn those off and then it'll recirculate. So we'll come back in like 30 minutes. Ads in progress. This thing should have been resolved now, because our oil problem finally got resolved. From last time we put in a second oil extractor versus one oil extractor running at 600, it's two running at 300. That oil problem finally resolved itself, which means the unpackaging and repackaging of stuff is resolved, which means this dude is running at 100%. So that's good. So that problem is also now fixed. So yeah, I guess the first thing we need to do, I'm not sure if I want to start on phase 4 stuff or if I want to start on the aluminum. I can't do... Where is the aluminum? What do I need the aluminum for? That's the tanks for nitrogen. I need aluminum for fused frames. And I need aluminum for radios. Oh, this didn't get hooked up. So this number is not... Good luck on aluminum. No, I think aluminum is good. Yeah, I think aluminum is as far as doing it, I think it's going to be good, because I'm not going to using the traditional one. I'm going to use this one. What is this? Instant scrap, which requires the sulfur. So the water, not a complaint. Again, this is the benefit, is the water is 1-to-1. So unlike the normal setup where it's like some water in, some amount of water in, and then some amount of water out, but they're not the same. With this recipe, the requirement for this, the water requirement for this is exactly what this puts out, so it makes it equal. So there shouldn't be any reason for like mixing and stuff. That's always where the problem is. So I think we'll be fine there. The problem, like I mentioned earlier, I have a solution, I think, for coal. That was my bottleneck that I thought I was going to have, at least nearby. The problem, I think, now is sulfur. So actually, let's maybe if I can take a look. So this is the node that we're going to use, which only does 600 per minute, fully overclocked. So let's pull up the old calculator world map. We also need to look at copper resource nodes. Copper, sulfur. So you're the node I'm going to use. Am I using that one way out yonder? I might not be. I think there's a sulfur node right here. Yeah, not using that one. Actually, I think I am using that one. I think it's just not showing up because the radar doesn't go out that far. Where am I at? This one. If I'm not using that one, then that would be super great. But I'm pretty sure that's what is on this. Yeah, on that train. Why are you at 98%? Uranium is low. Which is what we want. We don't want we actually don't want any leftover uranium. So this should be. This should be fine. I got up to 11. I mean, it's the last one, so I guess it won't actually tell me anything. I don't know why I would be low on uranium. I'm not using it in the process. We'll just watch that, and we'll. Actually, is it because uranium overflow? Yeah, I think it's okay. Guess I need to go over there. I think once we start building phase 4, I'm actually going to go back and pause and then start doing beautification on everything that we built in that nuclear phase, because I'm not 100% sure where phase 4 is going to live, all the different pieces anyway. And so, yeah, there's the sulfur line. Am I using all of it? I'm assuming I am. Okay, so it has more room, but I just don't have the pieces for it. Okay, so that's interesting to know. Means I might be able to use it once I get Mark 6 belts. Do we know, did they fix the counting bug, or counting, like the number bug with Mark 6 belts? Like, weren't they like not doing a full 1200 at one point? I feel like I remember that. Let's go ahead and get these dudes rolling. All right. I never hooked this up to power. I don't think I could figure out a good... You don't think they are doing 1200? So you don't think that they have fixed that problem? I don't know. I've never built a Mark 6 belt, so I have no idea. Does that get hidden? Yeah, it does. Cool. So now I just need... Totally like ADHD moment. Oh, radar tower that isn't needed, does not have power. You don't think they're doing 1200 Mark II oil? Wait, what? Mark II oil, maybe. What does that mean? Damn. I'm gonna sneeze again. Maybe not. Okay, so yeah, we need to actually... Oh yeah, that's what I was doing, is I was looking for sulfur. So that one's being used. That one might not be. I don't think it is. So I could maybe drone... If I was to say... near steel... drone in. Let's say that I could do 480 reliably. I'm pretty sure I could do that. I mean, that would be 2 drones doing 240 each. I mean, that should be pretty doable. That means I would need how much more coal to get this to work? another 1,000 coal. How does that make our numbers look? 1680, that'd be enough. 7. So that would actually work. I would just need another 1,060 coal. I'm pretty sure. I have Mark III conveyor for sure. What do you, Freddie? I don't follow what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're saying about. They're definitely doing 1,200. That's a Mark VI belt. Mark II oil, no idea what that's supposed to mean, and Mark III conveyor for sure. I don't know what those mean. So that would be 780 merger, not priority merger, just merger. Did it again. Splurger. And then you could be 600. Yeah, so that's 1380. So I could grab, there's 2 coal nodes. I could basically shut down the coal power plant and use these 2 nodes here. And that might make it to where I don't need as much from here. But I'm also saying, I know I also have some extra coal from the truck stop up here that's not being accounted for in all these calculations. They're not. Ultra Fox, what's up, man? How's it going? They're not adding a new belt. That's not. Mark VI belts are already in the game. But then I don't know what you're talking about with Mark III. Or Mark II oil. Still confused on what you're saying, Freddie. Okay, so I guess I need to figure out. They're adding a new oil extractor. I don't think that's confirmed at all. This is the second video you've seen of mine. Oh, thank you. Like video or second stream. I haven't uploaded a video in a while. But yeah, if this is the second stream, I mean, welcome back. Today we're just we finished up nuclear. We actually just finished up processing the last bit of overflowed waste. And now we're running on all 12 reactors. So we just finished that up a couple minutes ago, actually, and we're just checking to make sure everything's running correctly. It should be now. And then we're just kind of trying to figure out where we're going to grab all these resources from. So we've planned out phase 4, but now we are trying to figure out where all this stuff's going to come from. They added a new video a while ago. I would double check that. I don't think there's been anything confirmed about a Mark II oil. I think that would. if they were to do that, I think that would severely break some of the balancing that they've got in place. Single stream, just got done watching your Saturday video an hour ago. Oh, okay. So you watched a VOD from the last stream. Thanks for the commitment on actually watching that stuff. I don't know how many people actually watched the VODs after the streams ended, but good to know that at least some people do. Then you left a comment about your nuclear waste. What seems to be the status of the nuclear waste? I guess I could pull it up. Dashboard. Weird, I'm not seeing... Maybe I don't see comments from video posts in the dashboard. I'll have to go back and look. But hopefully the nuclear waste isn't boiling down your world and destroying it slowly but surely. Okay, so if I got... $21.60. How much is that? $21.60 minus $13.80 is $780. That's kind of convenient. I could probably get... I would say I could probably get 270 more out of that truck stop reliably. I know I can't bump up to 480. That's too much for it. It drains too quickly and the trucks screw up. Minus 270, 510. So if I had 510, truck stop reroute. We say you are 270. Oh, wait, how much is... Peter comment here started out the video with like 53,000 nuclear waste and storage containers, and I make on how I'm making. Oh Jesus! You're making 90,000 nuclear waste per hour. Oh, 1,500 per minute. And you could ship some of your waste my way. I don't even know how much I'm making or how much I'm producing. That's a good question. How much? Not that much. I think it's like 250. Yeah, 250 waste. So holy shit, dude. 1,500 per minute. That's crazy. That's a lot of waste. That's a lot of waste. All right, so I've been flying around now for 35 minutes. Haven't actually built anything. So let's see. What should I start with? I guess I need to figure out where this all is going to live. So it would make a little bit of sense if the aluminum, the stuff that needs aluminum was near the aluminum factory. but it might actually be easier to ship the aluminum out instead. So that is plastics over there. Yeah, all this stuff is all over there. At some point, though, if I want to build this way, I'm going to have to take stuff from that side of the factory, bring it all the way over. That's the dilemma, though. I'm thinking I'd start building in this general area. These are where the heavy frames are getting used. Right? No. But this is where they definitely are. Yeah, so there's modular frames. I think this is after. It's been like 2 months, 3 months since I actually looked at this stuff, because we unlocked nuclear and then that was that. Hello. You're running 60 fully overclocked nuclear power plants. That's like 6250 times, would you say 60? 375,000 megawatts. That's a lot more. I think we barely broke 100, and I'm actually going to be downclocking some of my other fuel power generation stuff in the future to get some additional fuel. So that's crazy. Now the sneeze is coming. Maybe. Are you using all? Yep, there it is. Ooh, hopefully I caught that. Are you using all of that power, or is it just wait, is that just like all the uranium in the world? Is that how you got to that number, or what's going on there? Under augmenters. I feel like I probably should start with the aluminum factory, because near steel and then drone in. Just because that thing is going to take up a lot of space. Oh, that's bauxite. That's copper. Okay, so I don't need this one anymore. $16.80. I should probably do the responsible thing and make this pure. Because I'm gonna need all the copper I can get. Priority splitter. Yeah, let's go ahead and start this dude. Okay. I want to test. So the old belts are still here. So you go away, you go away. Like I said, I think I can do... I should be able to reliably do 270 a minute. You're producing we'll call it 2 megawatts, and you're consuming 647 megawatts. Jesus. And here I am running. What are my numbers at right now? I think I'm at around 60 consuming, producing 112, 111. But I think what I'm going to end up doing is underclocking all of these down by 50% and using half of the fuel that I'm doing that to make more rubber. So I don't have to go grab more oil. So that'll drop a little bit. But I'm thinking about, I did the math on the spacing over here. I think if I go find some more sloops, I should be able to fit in a third augmenter between this one and this track. So I should be able to do that. So yeah, then I'll have another boost there. I'm hoping that's enough power. I don't want to go do a whole bunch more fuel gens. If I have to, then I'll go and do the next step of nuclear, but I'm hoping I don't have to do that. Yeah, 1.2 did you go through all the different steps, or is that just just regular old uranium to plutonium? That's my Mark III. How many hours do you have in the game? I'm curious if Freddie, who's watching on Twitch, I'm wondering if he's got more time in the game or you. I know he's got like 5,000 or something. Okay, so from nuclear, these are coal plants. Okay, so Freddy's at 5,300 hours. You got him beat, Ultra Fox? Okay, so to do this, I need 2160. So I need... What is that? Not even 300? 2160 minus 1850 is 310. I should be able to get that from... Priority merger. From OG Steel. Got a question for you. Would you recommend to anybody that does not have patience to play the game Satisfactory to play it? Oof. I don't think you necessarily have to have patience to play the game. I think you just have to be able to do problem solving. If you're not good at problem solving or don't like doing problem solving, then I would probably say no. But if you don't mind doing some math and you don't mind problem solving stuff, then I would definitely recommend it. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Like, yeah, that's pretty much it. If you can't if you don't like problem solving or doing math, or, I mean, depending on how big you go, if you don't like having a second job, then I don't know if I'd recommend it. But it's a pretty damn good game. Okay, so that's our coal figured out. We can drone in sulfur. That's not a problem. We'll need to power the drone. That's a problem. I mean, I guess it's not. I do have quite a bit of turbo fuel left over. Oh, and the above one. I don't know. Freddy Fox on YouTube's asking how many hours you have AFK in your time played. And I know from me, in this save, I probably have about, if I had to guess, probably less than 40 hours saved, but I'm closing in close to 600, I think. Yeah, I'm at 568 right now. I probably have 40 hours, and about 16 of that was, we finished up nuclear, and then it took about 16 hours to clear out, I guess, all the waste. So Fox Freddy says he's got about 500 hours AFK. So about 10%, that's not too bad. So I think I could drone in. I still have some turbo fuel left over for drones. I was planning on using it for. Actually, we can go look. How much am I using for nuclear delivery? I think I've got 120 total left over for drones. I'm probably only using probably around 500 hours, but he has around 10 saves. Where's my drone? There's my drone. I might be. Okay, we're just gonna fly over there real quick. Take a look-see. What is its first guess? So its first guess is that it's 30 a minute. Mark for Mark 3. Okay, but now it should be jumping up. You're on your third save. Damn. Yeah, I know I'm around, I think like 1,700 hours in the game, with a third of that being on this save, probably. Yeah, I should be able to use some of that to go up there and then come down. Let me go check if I'm pretty sure I'm not using it. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. So that should be doable. The bauxite, though. How much bauxite is in the pink forest? I know all of it. $600. No, 780 plus 600. You were playing it and chatting about, and they talked me into getting it, and it's not that good to me, and I don't have the patience at all. Yeah, if you don't have, it's definitely not, just something you can just hop into, and like beat the game and in one sitting. I mean, I would say on average, just based on what I see like on Reddit or people commenting or whatever, I would say like the fastest I've seen people get through the entire game would be like 150 hours maybe. Like, I mean, it's a game that takes a while to do. I mean, just even if you did like the bare numbers, like baseline numbers to get machines up and running, Like it still takes time for items to tick over. It's a really good time suck game. Like if you just need to pass the time, it'll be a good game for that. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry you don't like the game, William Tate. U7I. It's definitely not a game for everybody, that's for sure. I'd be the first to admit that. So I'm kind of wondering, maybe I set up all of these as drone ports almost. Like these 4 could maybe be all together. Well, that wouldn't work because I can only have 780. So like those 2 could be together. How many? 3240. So I would need 4 pure bauxite. That'd be this. So the 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or that'd be 1 and 2, 3. Be 600. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. I could do it that way. So I could drone them all in. I could go to the canyon. So that's the other thing, is I have to rebuild this train line. Or add on to it, I should say. So I think instead of it joining here, it would come across and start a second train here. I guess it doesn't have to cross. If it doesn't cross here, then it has to cross down there, though. That's the thing. Hard game for people for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a hard game. I would definitely say that it's a what would be the right way to say it? Like it's kind of like what I'm going through right now, of just like overwhelming. You just got to start doing something. You just got to start. I wonder. so that would not be tall enough. Hey, Quantum Star, what's up, man? How you doing today? So I can't follow that path. I was thinking maybe I could do that, and then it goes up to the swamp. That may have been like a good idea for the original train over there. Work. That sucks. That sucks. So if I can't do that, do I want to expand this train station and just have one depot? I'd have to have 4 drones. I'd have to have 5 drones because I need to bring in fuel. Are these guys being fully utilized? That sucks, man. How much longer you got before you can head off? So that's the size of a drone for probably another hour and a half. A half hour. That's good. That's not too bad then. 2, 3. So I could do 6 drones. One could just be empty and then do back to back. I could even build them. Man, it'd be kind of cool if I could send it through here. I guess I could redo this and then have it instead come through here. This would have to be cut out. It would then be supportive. What does that look like? So I think the train would end up on that level. For 10 hours already? Do you work 4 10s then? The modular trains mod. What is that? Let's take a look-see. I probably would, because I don't really like trains. All mods. Modular stations? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing this one. Yeah, that would be... Especially this would be pretty freaking cool. Okay, now that's pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, that right there is hot titties. Walkway free variants. Oh yeah, I like that. Additional snapping points for that. middle station, middle gantry. Oh, so I guess this is just if you want blank stuff. Dude, I would totally use this stuff. Like, what is it, like this right here? Just for architectural purposes. Dude, that would be huge. Gantry platform, fluid style, gantry yeah, this right here, I would use this just for architectural purposes. But I'm trying to keep it to where if I ever do if I do ever share this save, I want to be able to people to just run it and not necessarily have to have mods. There's a few like building mods that I have, but no mods that actually change any functionality or anything like that. But that would be really, really cool. Okay, so if I did that, but the train's gonna have to be, it's gonna have to be bigger than 3 cars, I think. I think what I need to do is set up, what did I say this needs to be? So it actually has to be, I can change this to where it's exactly 4. Yeah, let's do that. 780 times 4 is 3120. So that's those numbers. Is that still more than what I need? That's not, but then that is. So I could change some of these numbers around. So I only need how much? 700 aluminum. What do you use aluminum ingots for? Trigons. Ugh. So I'll have to make sure I have enough aluminum in the future. $1,300. So this only needs to make, let's say 1,400. 1140. Sorry for the sidetrack. Oh no, man, it would be super cool to do it. I would like to do that kind of stuff. I just don't know. Okay, so that would leave me like 500 and change aluminum ingots left over, and then hopefully that would be the last thing that I need. I don't even know what you use trigons for. Fixite ingot out of aluminum. Wait, but can't you make this stuff out of like anything? Oh, okay, yeah, you can. This is just different quantities. Okay, so then I'm going to say that that's good. Okay, so we're going to track that down to just 4780 inputs. I need to see second rail. So that's what it would look like. 1, 2, but that's only 3 cars. So I need to set up a test to see if I can do, if I can't fit. If I could fit 4 780 belts into 3 train cars. What's the best way to go about doing that? The best way would be to build another station and not deal with that. Two rails? What do you mean 2 rails? Like build 2 more train stations and then just run 2 trains? Interesting. Definitely interesting. I would only need one track back, right? They would then just do 1 train station. One train station goes to the one to the receiving one and back, and then the other one would be the exact same, but they just wouldn't, the trains wouldn't get to choose between the 2. They'd have to be assigned to it and then go back, but they can merge onto the same track, right? Back and forth. How many? I think the other problem, I'm just going to fly. I know it's cheaty, but it would take 7 minutes to get over here. The other thing is I have this set up for 1, 2, 3, 4 cars here. Multiple trains going back and forth. Yeah. But you could use the same, they could use this same train line. No, they couldn't. No, they can't. Because this was going to come out. It was going to come back this way, and then it was going to merge onto with this one. So it was just going to be one rail out, 1 rail back. So that would be the problem. Unless this one didn't merge. Which would make this a little bit easier, because I was kind of worried about how this was actually going to do its thing. I mean, they can't, though. That's the thing. Because if this train goes out and comes back, yeah, there's signals, but then that means if it's just the one track, like it loops back on itself, but then if once the trains come in, like if there's a train, like if this train was pulling in right now, this train would not be able to I mean, here it would be fine if this train had to wait here, but if it happens and it was like in the middle of the track over there, like that would just cause a head-on collision, so that wouldn't work. I think I like the idea of actually not joining this back, and then I could just make this a loop. So this one will not, this will come over and be its own train line. And then it'll merge back on top of this one. And then it would split off. I think the easiest way to do it is if I just had one 4-car train. Boomhauer, what the follow? Thank you, Boomhauer. Welcome to the stream. Stream. How's it going, man? It's going all right. Love the name, by the way. Just trying to figure out how to start our main aluminum factory. I never made double rails. Yeah, I know. Yeah, trying to figure out how to kickstart our main aluminum factory. So right now we've got some aluminum being made for our nuclear plant, and it's getting passed along, but we didn't make the primary one. So we're just trying to figure out my trains. And I think I've decided we're gonna drone in the aluminum from the pink forest, bamboo forest, whatever you want to call it, to here, and now we're just trying to figure out how to how to get it back to the main factory. You've been working on an ingot factory. They're going to split out into different factories. Yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. If that's definitely one way to do it. With a giant mega factory, I'm trying to consolidate all of the manufacturing to the desert only. So that's the thing that we're kind of battling. It's just trying to get everything from out in the world to the desert right now. That is the problem. So if that one came out, started its new line, this one could come out. I'll probably want to change where this actually makes its loop if it's not going to join back, because then it would just leave a whole lot of dead space. Logistics is killer. Only have 150 hours in the game, still trying to figure out what you're doing. Hey man, you gotta start somewhere. I could tell you don't do sushi belts. That will complicate everything if you do that. If you you've used a train to my aluminum factory, then droned it out. So your aluminum factory was the remote piece, yeah. That would be helpful. So if this didn't come back right here, where would this go? I guess it could come out here and then maybe it circles around. Look at all these aluminums, coppers. Are those pure? No, those are normal. I use mods. No, well, so the only mods that I have on here are kind of just I used one to help create these curves on the corners, but it was just a zooping mod. It's not like, it doesn't change how the foundations get put down or like how they live in the world. They're still just foundations. It's just as if you rotated them individually. So that's the only building mod. The only other ones that I have are like daytime and like I'm using this flying one now just to help move around the world faster since I'm streaming. Otherwise, if I don't, it's not that, entertaining to watch me fly back and forth for 5 minutes each time. So I'm using that one right now just as we try to scope out where these train tracks are going to go. What is the... Oh, okay. Does it work with Rails? Like I said, it doesn't actually do anything that vanilla doesn't. So if I came down here, it's just another zoop mode. And so it just does this. It doesn't do anything with Rails. But so like if I put that down, it's still just two individual ones. It'd be the same way as if you just, did it like that and then you rotated it a little bit. But there's a trick that you can use with catwalks to get some finer rotations. So you can go in here and you can say how do you do it? So you can do that and then you can hold, I think it's shift or control. I guess I have infinite nudge on there too. So you can use the catwalks and then you snap it to that, but it takes like 20 extra clicks. So that's the only building mod that I have really is the curve zoop thing. Yeah. But so the goal is, if I ever give out this world, I want people to be able to just load the game and they don't have to actually have any mods to walk around. So yeah, no mods that actually change the functionality or whatever. There's no new models or anything like that. So this train, I guess, could come out. Maybe it follows this. And then shoots across that one. Man, I don't know. Unless I built a double rail right here. I don't really want to do that. Train rail foundations. So there's a new one in the game since 1.1. So you can put down your rail, and then if you come in here and you click Blueprint Auto Connect, so you can do that. Click once, and then it'll drag out, and then you can go. So you can do that, and that'll make nice swoopy curves and stuff like that. So that's in the game by default. That's a new thing in the last release. That might be helpful if you didn't want to use a mod. But okay, I think our math is good. The only questionable bit is if one train will suffice. If not, then that's a problem. But we know where they're going to end up. I think it'll be a loop regardless if it's one train or two trains. Versus a single rail with loops on the end. I think that's just going to have to be what it is. So anyway, it's only been an hour and a half. Let's actually build something, I guess. Let's just get back over here. I want to start with the sulfur, I guess. The sulfur and the coal. Oh man, if you haven't messed with blueprints yet, you gotta do it. That's like a for sure thing you gotta do. There's no way I could have built this without blueprints. So I think I want to make out of range. That iron ingot factory and it took you hours. I mean, that's yeah. Just wait till you get to refineries, and then you'll have fun. You'll start doing stuff like 8,000 ingots a minute. That one's gonna take a while. Yeah, so we're gonna tear out the coal power plant. Grab those coal. We'll get them over here. The other possibility is there's also 2 impure nodes right here. I could do that as my my coal. 32 smelters in a building. I mean, this whole factory started with just 8 smelters and grew from there. So, I mean, 32, you're already off to a pretty good start. That'll last you a while, I hope. Should. So in my head, I was thinking I could do like a sky bridge thing from here, pick up the coal, and then that would be good. I'm kind of thinking maybe a truck stop. Do another truck route. Because, you know, trucks have been working out great for me. Coal over there, coal over there. Shooting for 5 nuclear pasta a minute. Well, the good news is you got plenty of time ahead to get those numbers up. That would be... I'm shooting for 6.625 a minute. Is what I'm shooting for. So... you're going to need a few more smelters, I'll tell you that much. Do I want to belt or do I want to truck? If I truck, I'm going to have multiple trucks because of the coal. I could belt them in and then do trucks, maybe? Because I don't want belts going halfway across the planet. I'm being super indecisive today. I apologize, everyone. So it would clear here. I have to get... the problem that I'm facing is I need to get this, and it needs to clear the rocks, but also clear the bridge, the roadway. Instead of... oh, okay. I've never done multiplayer, so I don't know how all that works. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm thinking about going off grid for this. That could be a big problem, but what if we started here? So the belts would have to... Can I fit going higher? One higher? Yes. How is the performance of running a multiplayer instance off of your computer? No, I don't. I would assume it would definitely be take a performance hit. I'd assume. Okay, yeah, I do actually kind of want to do that. Then I could have a support. Clear all these guys out. Hopefully not delete. It's smooth so far. Only time I've seen is any kind of lag when someone logs on. Oh, okay. Yeah, because then it's basically, I guess, then your computer has to render a whole nother instance at that point. But then once it's done, then it's maybe not good, but it just has that initial hiccup. That's not too bad then. Not too bad. So I can build that. I can build supports for all of this. Then that would be coal and... Where am I at? Down here. If I grab the impure ones, then I don't have to do anything with steel. That would be super nice, actually. So that's the coal plant from nuclear. That's coming back. From OG steel. These guys are both impure, right? So it'd be 300, it'd be 600. At that point, I could not use that, but I already am. Yeah, I could grab, even if it's just one of them, and then I wouldn't have to modify the steel plant. Okay. It's hard to find people that enjoy this game to play with, like in a multiplayer session. I can imagine. Yeah, I've never played multiplayer. I don't know. I think it'd be. I have a hard enough time trying to find resources and all that kind of stuff, and like formulate a plan. It'd be very difficult for me to have to. It'd be very difficult for me. I'm gonna get ran over. It'd be very difficult for me to play with other people and have to like not only formulate a plan and stick to it, but also like how to like divvy up the resources so that everybody can build. Man, do I really want to do this? I don't know if I want to do this. I think it would look cool once it's done, but man, is it going to be a bear? And it would be just for coal and sulfur. I mean, I guess I could do more stuff. More stuff could attach to it. And it'd be a good way. I don't think I want to do this. Not all the way over, I don't think. The whole point was I was hoping to use trucks. What if I... So you already crossed through here. From nuclear, that's the coal plant. From nuke, old nuke, OG steel. It needs so many resources. I just don't know. I'm gonna leave this for now. I need to figure out where I'm gonna build where this is gonna go. I'm just completely scatterbrained today. I need some of that fuel for rubber. I know that much. And if that's going to be that case, then maybe that's where I start. I don't start with aluminum. I haven't touched this part of the map since I started the game, so I'm kind of like flustered on what to do. So I'm gonna change course. Let's do the rubber needs. Where did I put that math? I think I deleted that math. So it's gonna be way back here in phase 3, basic oil, power towers. These guys use 480, so I'll have splurger. %. So that's not what that means. Oh boy. Recycled plastic, I think. Lots of spaghetti. Well, yeah. I try to at least keep it organized on this page. Doesn't always happen though. Okay, so we're gonna feed in. I think I was going to go feed the rubber in. This is only 240. Just kidding. Been working on an Excel sheet while at work to organize those things. Oh man, I remember the Excel days. There's no way I could do this build without Modeler. Like, it would be impossible. So this will be, I don't know what that'll be actually. And then you'll go back to rubber. I don't know how I'm going to limit that one. Let's just do, we'll just fake this number. And then so we've got 400 and we've got 300. That's 700. I think I'm going to use the 300 rubber. Oh shit. So that's 5 40 plus the 400, that would be over 900. So that should be, oh, where am I at? I'm over here. So that should be good. Set you to empty. You need to be, whoop. Is that the Steam app? Satisfactory? Yes, it is Modeler, and yes, it's the Steam app. It's not perfect, but it's pretty dang good. So I need to figure out where my rubber lines are. Or this will be a part of the aluminum, even though it doesn't really make sense, but it'll be where it starts, so. Don't have 360. How do I do that? So the limit here is 80. And then that's my rubber. My rubber in. That's the train car. So let's do. And then that'll go over there. Okay, so let's start there. So I need to go grab the rubber from the train and the rubber from the nuclear plant. So that's you. A lot of stuff. It's a big factory, man. It's a big factory. And so to give you an idea, from that train station this way is all to support nuclear. Nothing else in here is anything else. Everything to that way is phase 2 and 3. Phase 1 was a temporary thing. It just got all torn down. So literally today I'm starting phase 4. All right, so you bring in 400 a minute. What's 400? 400 is 400 minus 120 is 280. Of course it is. Didn't I just do a 400 a minute line? You are 600. You're 600. How do you make a 400 belt? $780 out minus 2. Nope. $270 is 60. It's $390. Is it one of the belt speeds close to that? It is, but I need it to be exact because so then that way whenever it goes into the machines, it doesn't run out. So if I just sent 780 out of this train station, it would act as if it's a 780 input, but then it would stop. Or Mark 4 be 480. So it would send. I could do a Mark 4 belt. It's 480. But then that means that the machine would need to take in 480. Let's see. What am I trying to say here? It doesn't matter that the output of what these are getting is 400 a minute. That's what it's delivering. So think of this as think of it exactly like if you were to set up a machine that took 400 or 400 and... If you had a machine that needed 400 items per minute and you gave it 480, it would back up, and then that would mean your extractor would stop working. It would be just that much worse for me because it would be in a train station, and then this train station is getting delivered from a whole nother factory. So the whole factory would eventually back up because I'm feeding it too much, more than it can use. On the flip side, if you have a factory, maybe I said that wrong, but basically if you had a factory that uses 400, if you had a factory that uses 480, but you only had it 400, eventually it would run out. So it has to, when it comes from a train station, it has to coming out, it needs to match what you are expecting your machines to receive, or else it'll either be too much and you have to sync it, but then that's your math will be wrong there. Or it'll have to back up, but I can't have it back up because then it shuts down a whole bunch of fuel plants. So, I mean, I guess technically it could back up because of how the routing goes, but that's just in this particular occasion. And then the other problem is so this is 400 from this train station, and then it's 300 from that's on this belt here. So I need to combine that belt with this belt. Can you set a train to carry 400? It is doing 400. So it's getting made over here in the turbo towers, and then it's getting passed along as whatever the excess is. So it's excess fuel being used up to produce the rubber, and then it's getting shipped over. Yeah. So in the end, this has to be 400, and then that has to be 300 to match up. This one is fine because it's actually the machine's putting out 300. No, it's good, man. Thanks for the, at a minimum, thanks for the engagement. So all good there. I just need to figure out, so how do I do... How... So it needs to be... Okay, it's a 480 and a 120, and then subtract 40. Got it. This dude. It's pretty close to what I was doing over here. This guy is 600, I think. Supposed to be. $480 minus 60 is how battling space is the problem as well. I don't have a pen. If I had a pen, I could quickly sketch this, I guess. Let me... I just need like a blank canvas just to put it down to do this math. So we've got, and if there's a better way. So we're gonna do 480 out, and then we're gonna do a splitter carry off 120. And then that's going to be a splitter. And then eventually there'll be a merger. And then so that's 360. So it would be and then you have to go back into the input because it'll be another merger with Mark 1 and a Mark 1, and then that goes back in. MS Paint.exe. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It is a thing. That would work. I don't know. Whenever I come to, when it's these types of problems, I have to like. Usually, if I handwrite it out, I can get to the answer a lot quicker. But this actually works. So then this should be 400 per minute out. 480 minus 120 is 360. And then 123 ways is 40, 40, 40. This 40 gets joined back. 360 plus 40 is 400. So that should be the math. Now, is there a way to do this? And then this has to go back in, which is what this guy was doing. So the splitter mergers can subtract as long as you use different belt speeds. Yeah, so if it's if this is a 120 belt and then it goes into a splitter and then you split it 3 ways, to be 120 divided by 3. So that'd be 40. So then you just use a Mark 1 belt out, and then you just and then you can add it back in. If you wanted to, if you could do, this is a 120 and then you just did it, split it 2 ways, then it'd be 60 and 60. So yeah, you can do the math to get different numbers. So that's kind of one of the reasons why, like, it's kind of weird that it's a 270 belt is what they went with from Mark 3s instead of like 240. But because of that, it gives you a whole lot of other options whenever it comes to starting to divide and all that kind of stuff. So that's my merger back in. That'll be that. You then become my splitter. That's 40. That's 40. That merges back in. Okay, and then this would be ready to do. Boom, boom, boom. I could go into the floor and then run it out, which is probably the best idea because I still have that belt I need to merge with. Okay. So let's do. I think my math is, or my routing on all this is correct. Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1. And then left input. Yes, that is. That's good. Okay. Mark 4, and then I need to go grab. So somehow I need to split that belt and send it over. I can do the splitting there. This just has to go somewhere. You're supposed to be covered up. I'll do that in a minute because I'm going to need that. Wife hates me playing this game because I'll start to build and see a different way. I want it to operate and then change it up. I mean, that's the whole. I mean, that's the game, man. I would say the best thing is, or not the best thing, but one thing you can do is just set rules for yourself. I guess I'll go through that once the ads are done, since they're about to start. rubber. Right, output is overflow. So that'll get fixed. This will go away. Ugh, that is gross. Yeah, so what I meant was, to help, you can do whatever you want, but one of the things that I did was there's just certain rules that I have to follow in the game. So like the main one was I couldn't progress. Like I couldn't build, I had to build phase 3 before I could and finish it until I moved on to phase 4, and same for phase 2. So to build at the scale that I was building, so for example, for phase 2, I knew I wanted 22 or 45 automated wiring, but automated wiring to make 45 a minute required where's the big number? It's in here somewhere. It required 2100 regular wire. Yes, I have it. Well, it's all one factory, but yeah. So like it required 2100 wire a minute, but in phase 2, you only have 120 speed belts, right? Or do you have Mark III belts? You might have Mark III belts. But so I was limited to that. Like this would have been pretty easy if I had 480 belts or even 780 belts. That'd be pretty easy. But I couldn't progress. That was my rule, is that I could only progress that far. And then the other thing was that I couldn't build a factory, get past everything, and then tear it down and go on. So those factories are still up and running. They're that copper wire is still producing to this day. It's still producing automated wiring, and it's this thing right here. So you can see how ridiculous it is because of the limit to the belt speed. So I couldn't progress further than what I was actually at. So as it goes up, the factories get more and more complex, or technically they get more complex or more compact. It depends on how you want to look at it. But that was like my main rule, is that I couldn't build past the phase I was in. Because I would have loved to have done like these guys right here, because this is like 4,000 quick wire a minute. If I had a Mark VI belt, that would be awesome, but it's not. So, or I don't have them, so it's not awesome. So yeah. Anyway, that's a rule that I put in place, is that I couldn't progress faster than further than I was, and then go back and rebuild proper. And then, what are the other rules? I mean, there's some things like I try to minimize clipping as much as possible, except for whenever it comes to running stuff inside of foundations. If I run stuff in foundations, I'll put in the floor lift and all that kind of stuff. I try to make it as realistic as possible. I just assume that if we're some civilization that is able to build hyper warp drives and all that kind of stuff, we probably have the technology to run stuff inside of walls and floors. So in my mind, that's not really cheating. But like I'll try to make sure that other stuff that is visible isn't clipping. And if it is clipping, then I try to make sure that it's like if this light was covered up by something, that would be fine, but it couldn't be like the belt itself. Am I having trouble with power in the game? I know a mod that would take care of it, and just found it's called Infinite Power. No, I've got like 100,000 megawatts, and technically you don't even need a mod to do that. You can just actually go in here and just go to advanced game settings, and then you can just click this box, and then you no longer have a problem. You no longer have power requirements, so you don't even need a mod for that. And that's like half the game. Like that. This nuclear factory was 200 hours. So like that'd be skipping out on a huge chunk of stuff. All right, where are we going with this? So we're gonna come up here. Those things are getting merged. They're gonna come along. I think it's what, 700 now is what we are going to be taking over. Yeah, 700. Not to like shame you into not using mods, or shame you if you do use mods, that's fine. It's just, it seems kind of silly to use a mod for something that's baked into the game. So maybe... One point 1.2 is supposed to release, so I think the last I saw is what's his face from Coffee Stain said they're planning on the first half of 2026. But he also alluded that like the first half could be any time in 1.6 or in 2026. So it could be like Thursday or something. Like technically that's still the first half. But I don't, that obviously that's not going to happen. They did say it was going to release on experimental branch first. So it'll at least go into testing before it just drops. So, all right, so we can connect that up. You gotta get busy building your pipe. I mean, not really. It should be just like 1.1, where it was like, it came out and you could just keep playing your save. It shouldn't require an entirely new save. I really hope it doesn't, because there's no way in hell I'm gonna have this done in time. I just realized I was going to build some supports to like have a bunch of like gantry stuff right here, and that is slowly getting eaten up. Yeah, you should be good. You shouldn't have to start a new save. Fingers crossed. Anyway, they alluded to fixing fluid, so hopefully that's not a game-breaking fix. One, two. Well, let's find where it has to change. One, two. One, two. So I think we'd be good here. One, two. If you lost it, yeah, that would. I mean, it would definitely suck. I would definitely be pretty pissed off if I had to start over as well. So that's where. That goes, and then I think we're just gonna send it back into the ground, and then we'll send it over. I guess the question though really is, this rubber isn't for the aluminum factory, it goes into the aluminum factory. Or I'm saying it does. Oh yeah, it does. It has to, because I need the fuel. Okay, that's right. Never mind. False alarm. So that goes there. We need to... This is supposed to be Minecraft, but I don't think I've ever heard this song in Minecraft ever. You should be good then, yeah? Yeah. I need to do something with this area down there. Probably just do a bunch of frames. But that can be a problem later. So that'll come across. This can get all covered up. That can get covered up. Where does the train... Okay, so we're good there. All right, so then you go there, and now we just have to get all the way to the other side of those towers. Piece of cake. Sport thing you put on the list. Yeah, I don't really, I should do it more often. Like I do it here. I don't know. I think the lifts can look a little goofy. They should all have supports here and here. I don't know. I'm weird. I think they look flimsy when they're just like that. I think, yeah, that's my coal. I don't really want to like just bury this stuff the whole way down, but maybe it could pop out here, and it's got to clear the train. That's the... It's got to clear the train. That's the problem. If I come out on this side, then I've got this belt I got to go around and deal with. I think it's just gonna have to stay buried. Maybe it can come out here, come here. Come across, go down. Of course, there's a battery in the way there, so I can't send it through that. I mean, this sucks, but at the end of the day, this would still be easier than trying to get a fuel line to the other side of the factory, which I think I am going to have to do eventually. Excellent. Ew. Why did I have to build this 6 months ago right there? Come on now. I guess I could turn, and then go down here, and then something. Hey, you don't have your border, sir. Doesn't really save me because now this thing's in the way, so I should just... Whoops. at least it's not buried the entire way now. So that's important to someone. And the sand dunes. Judging by the release timing for previous updates, March, but that's just a guess. I would say... Actually... Coffee Stain Studios quarter end. Financial quarter end. Fiscal year is 31, so yeah, I would agree with you, Quantum, that it would be probably around March would be what they'd be hoping. I guess that you just have to think, do they want to try to get new users before the end of fiscal year, or would they want to start off? Well, they wouldn't even necessarily start, but then anything after March 31st, I guess that's 2025, but it'd be the same thing for 26. But would they want to have 1.2 in their next fiscal year? Yeah, that doesn't really say anything. Doesn't really mean anything, but that would be what I would see them banking on. Got you hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, that happens. It is definitely a addictive game. So GG's on them for that. Those assholes. Okay, so I can't delete this stuff. I gotta be fast about this because there's trucks driving along it. So I can delete these. I doubt I'll be able to get the belt all the way over there, but... Well, shit. Come on. Too old to play shooter games, and this one is addictive. Just for the new PC, mainly play this. I mean, if you just built one, you've definitely picked a good time. This one, I just built this one. I want to say in like maybe in like August or something like that. It's got 5080 and a 9800 X3D in it. I'm glad I'm not trying to build a computer right now, not with the cost of everything. Memory, and then I saw that they're about to raise the prices on GPUs. So yeah, I would not be wanting to build a new one now. But yeah, I definitely hear you, man. Like I can't play like Call of Duty anymore. Like I don't have the reflexes or even the desire to play that type of game anymore. Like that game, they ruined that game, that series. But like I'll still go and I'll play like Arma Reforger. I'm gonna be like, oh no, I only got like 30 kills in 5 hours, but it was a good time. So yeah, I can play Arma Reforger and those types of games, so I can't play Call of Duty anymore. So I think now I want... So now we need to make a decision of where this thing's actually going to live. So we're going into this. The rubber needs some refineries. 2 sets of refineries. That's it. Same game 20 years in a row. What's there to like anymore? Yeah, I know, man. It's like there's a time like it definitely scratches an itch. Like sometimes I don't know. Like 2019 Call of Duty, when they kind of like rebooted it a little bit. Like that game was awesome. That one and the follow-up one, so Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2, 2019 and 2020. I really liked those games. I felt like that was, if they stayed with the trend with that, then it would have been great. But then they were just like, let's make everybody animate characters, and I'm just like, okay, nope, you guys lost the plot. Used to love Squad, haven't tried Arma. Yeah, so Arma and Squad are pretty similar. I would say in some ways Squad is more punishing, and in other ways I would say Arma is more punishing. I play modded Arma Reforger. Arma Reforger is definitely not as punishing as Arma 3. I don't think. I think it's definitely easier. Well, that and Arma 3 is like 15 years old at this point, or something like that. So, yeah. Halo scratched the itch. Call of Duty left me itchy. Are you talking about the newest Halo? Because I played that for about 2 hours, and I was like, nope, this arena shooters are not... I can't do arena shooters anymore. I think it's the same reason why I have trouble playing Call of Duty now. It's like, that's even more like, let me sit an inch from my screen and like have to have lightning fast reflexes. I don't know. The Quake and Halo and that kind of stuff. I would love to love Halo again, but I think that time has passed. All right. What are we looking for? We're looking for... Could I use this? I don't need this, do I? I do need fluids. So I could maybe use this blueprint. Which way are all my inputs going? You're my input, you're going that way. And that would like fill in this blank area, that'd be nice. I haven't touched Halo since 3 Reach area. I I don't think I ever played Reach. I definitely played Halo 3. But I don't know where Reach and ODST and all that stuff. I don't know where all those are at in I don't know how all those work together. Okay, so you're the input side, you're the merge side, so that means you'd all come out here. If I did that, you could be underclocked, and then I needed another 3. So you take some of my fuel. But yeah, the newest version that they came out with a couple years ago, and it's like free to play or something like that, basically. Not so good. So we're saying 100 or just 80. 240 total. Okay. SOCOM. Haven't played Halo since the first one. SOCOM was my game. It was right out of high school. I don't know if I played SOCOM because SOCOM was PlayStation. And I've never been a PlayStation boy. But so SOCOM was the same time as OG Rainbow Six and OG Ghost Recon, and those were my jams. Like, hey, we're gonna spend the next 45 minutes planning out this mission. Rainbow Six, not whatever the hell they are calling Rainbow Six today. I don't know what the fuck that shit is, but that needs to die. That's gross. Overflow any, okay. Yeah, that, whatever they call Rainbow Six today, that is not. I don't know who thought that was, like, just make a new game. Don't call it Rainbow Six, idiots. Of course, I can't just fit you right there. Yeah, Siege. Well, and now isn't there like Siege X or something like that? Like it's basically the same game, but then they just like fixed a bunch of stuff and like made the graphics 5% better or something like that. Okay, so it's in the... It's right there. You need to come up. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a capitalist. I understand that, but like, also, like, way to just ruin all, like, just take a big old dump on your previous success and like completely like tarnish the image of it. Like if they were to come out and announce a new Rainbow Six game and they said, "Oh, we're going back to the old ways," I would be extremely skeptical. I was like, I don't trust you. Not one bit. Well, and then, like, didn't they try to make a Rainbow... I think it got canceled, but it was like a Rainbow Six, like, extraction shooter game, and it basically looked like a mobile game. Are you serious? It's not touching. This is the shit that pisses me off. It's like, that's not... Oh, but this is a Kirby bit. That doesn't really change what my point was, but... might change my... Yeah, I shouldn't have to put it all the way up there. I guess I could instead bring it up there and then come across on the bottom of that. That could work. That could be cool. It went straight to the... I don't even think it got released. I think they announced it. It was met with super bad, like, response. And then because Ubisoft has just been... like on the verge of bankruptcy for so many years, I think it got axed. I don't even think it came out. I might be thinking of a different game, but I'm pretty sure. I think it had something to do with like a virus. It's like they tried to mix Siege and The Division almost together, if I remember right. The Division, though. I like the Division series. I hope they don't... I hope that game doesn't get canceled. The Division 3. Because if that comes out, I will for sure be playing that. Just like Bungie tried doing a looter shooter. Did they? I believe you, but I don't remember that. Is this going through a corner? Nope, we're good. I do not remember that at all, but I mean, that checks out. I believe it. Okay, so you need to go away. I think I think the market is good on extraction shooters for the next couple years. I don't think we need any more. I like there's a Gray Zone Warfare. I like it, but they just need more love, or it just needs it's in like version 0.3 right now. I think it's not even 1.0 or anything like that. Division 2 needs more love. I mean, I don't know how much more love there is to give it. Like, it's a 10-year-old game at this point, isn't it? Like, don't get me wrong, I played the hell out of it when it came out. But I mean, it's old. The love has been given. It's on like season like 9 or something right now, I think. All right, so then that goes there. This comes over, comes up, goes in. Technically, that is rubber rerouted. So I could go turn all that on and let it do its thing, but I guess I need to route fuel first. Destiny 2's been out a long time, and they just added to it with raids and content. I think the difference between the Destiny 2 or the Destiny games in general and the Division is like Destiny 2 is just like, oh, okay, well, we're gonna go travel to this other place, but it's kind of like you're kind of, I mean, it's New York City or DC, like you're kind of locked in. There's only so many other places. Like they've already gone to, you know, like a university or whatever. I don't remember all the different places. They went to like a prison outside of New York City, like Rikers Island or something. I don't remember all that it was, but like they've already done that. Like there's not like you're gonna take people like to New Jersey. Like it's kind of, you're kind of locked in with that kind of with them, which I think is part of the appeal to those games. Like it's awesome that is that way, because it's like, oh shit, like I can go visit my own house. I don't live there, but like if I did live in New York City or DC, like you could go to your neighborhoods. So like that's part of the huge appeal to it. But yeah, I think they're kind of stuck on what exactly they can do. All right, can I fit? How many do I need? I need 5. If I do 320 and overclock you, I need 3. I can't fit 2. This is plastic. 160 divided by 3. Oh, well, I don't disagree, but like, who's the bigger, I mean, can't we just say like that's one of the biggest reasons why Call of Duty has like gone to complete shit? Like they sold out hardcore to microtransactions, and like that's a big reason why I don't play them anymore. It's like back in my day, it was a war game. Now you go in there and you get killed by Shredder and a Terminator, and like, come on. Yeah, like I think that's probably like the worst the offender of it is like Homer Simpson, and didn't they have like Beavis and Butthead or whatever? Which, don't get me wrong, I love me some Beavis and Butthead and some Simpsons, but like it doesn't even match the, like they're not even rendered the same. Like they're rendered in a completely different fashion, so they don't even look like they match the game at all. Probably. I would say a very good possibility, yeah. I don't know. I haven't been able to get it. I own Arc Raiders, and I probably have only played like 3 hours of it. I can't. I don't know. Is there anything I could do for this to not happen? Let's just place it, and then we'll... Yeah, I like Battlefield 6 more than I like Arc Raiders. Not comparable at all, but... I can still hold my own in Battlefield. I just don't play it as much anymore because all my friends are stuck playing Arc Raiders. What can I do here? I can't get rid of this support leg. Cross, go in. That fills in this area, but it seems really weird, and I can't do this leg. And they both went back to playing WoW. I've been playing WoW lately just as a for something completely different. I've actually been playing WoW, but not playing, like I've been doing just doing flipping, like on the auction houses, and just making gold. Like I haven't even been playing like going out and questing. I really don't like the War Within quests. Those are fine. It's the Dragon Isle quests that I don't like. So you start a new character and it's like, oh, we're gonna plop you in here, and you're just like, oh, fuck you, no, I hate this one. Yeah, so I haven't been playing WoW to actually do the leveling part. I've just been doing it to make gold on the auction house. I think we're gonna just delete you. Guild Wars 2. I've never. You could show me gameplay and I wouldn't even know. I don't. That's how much I know about Guild Wars. I know a lot of people are playing like Enshrouded and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, eh. I think I'm gonna just leave this. Like, this is just a feature of this one machine. Like, I don't know what else to do about this leg. This leg, it needs to be here, but these machines fit too perfectly for it to not go there. All right, so your overflow into you. And your, let's see, how much? $620 and 620 plus 160 is 780. So that works. Oh wait. Shit. You are the input. So you'll actually be center input has more. 3 a.m. comes early. Ooh, gross. Yeah, man. Hope to see you soon, or see you on the next stream. It was good chatting with you. Good conversations. Catch you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. All right, so that's our overflow rubber and our plastic being merged, and those go in. That means I need to set these guys to recycled rubber, and it's 320. Okay, so 320 divided by 6. That could be kind of cool. Just as a little something something. So then those can come down the line. That'll be cool and nifty. Everybody will love it. Did I paste you all? Yes. Okay, so you're coming up, you're going in, you merge back together, then you go through here. These need to all be set to plastic then. That's neato. Okay, so now place all of you with fuel lines. Yeah. Pipeline swatch, please. Not so good. Is that the same height? Yes. Okie dokie. So that's fuel in. I'd like to... Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think that's really gonna work, so that's cool. Okay. Neat. Valius TV, what's the plan? So right now I've been working on moving rubber from that awesome sink underneath above that train, and combining it with rubber from that awesome sink, and then dragging it all the way across over here to here, and we're stealing. We're going to end up underclocking. So this is my original power plant. I'm going to underclock all of these by 50%, steal some of their fuel, and then do some recycling, and then make a couple hundred more rubber per minute, so that we can start on phase 4. So right now we're kind of down here. We just finished up our nuclear system, and we're just processing some of its some of the items that were left over from it, and just processing those, and then getting them ready for phase 4. So that's kind of the plan. It's been a stream of how the hell are we going to do this, and where do I start type of stuff. So we finally started. Now we're just getting it all hooked up. Yep. It's not, unfortunately, I thought I was going to be making more, so it's 700 in, but based on the amount of fuel that I'm going to give away, it's not really that much. I mean, I guess there's no reason why I couldn't underclock this more, because we have nuclear set up, like, and this is only producing 250 megawatts, so 250 times 24, 6,000. So I mean, if I could maybe bump this down to even less, I guess, and then that would make it better. Although I just kind of realized that 320, 620, I'm gonna have to have 2 belts coming out anyway. Diluted fuel. I could do diluted fuel, but then I'd have to bring over a whole other water system, and I just don't want to do that. I've got water planned for aluminum, but I don't have any other pipes set up for it. That, and then these just kind of tucked away nicely in a nook that I had that was empty. So packed water. So I'm doing diluted fuel for this system. Because this was before I had blenders unlocked, so I have it here. I guess that's the problem though, is I don't have any more oil. I don't have any more heavy oil residue to make additional fuel. So yeah. That's the problem. It's fine. It gives me enough. It's just, unfortunately, it's only going to be like not even 100 more than what I actually need to produce. It's actually barely even enough. Wonder if I could sloop this row. Add a sloop for extra fuel without adjusting. Yeah. I don't know which would be more. I think what I'd probably do is I'd sloop these refineries instead of slooping the fuel, just so that I don't have to deal with fluids any more than that, more than I already am right now. And then that would just get me more. I might be able to figure out the math. If this is 620 and then make these 2 lines equal, that would be kind of cool if I could figure that out. Not sure. I'm going to ponder that one. Isn't my diluted packed? No. The diluted fuel, well, it's... So I could sloop this, but then I'd have to put like a splitter in on this belt that then did that. But then I'd also have to fit in some packagers, some unpackagers to get the undiluted fuel out of this. And like I said, I've got plenty of power. For now, I have plenty of power. I'll probably need more power in the future. But with this just being a baseline recipe, and these aren't even overclocked now anyway, like they're not, I'm not losing out on too much power. So I think it'll be okay. We shall see, though. We shall see. Cool. Yep. Anywho, so that's the plan. Yeah, I guess the big over plan though is so we've completed phase 3 and then spent the next 200 hours building out nuclear, and nuclear runs off of its own stuff. It's like, so it basically as if it never existed, as if nothing ever existed before nuclear. So everything from the ground up is all ready for nuclear, or was all made for nuclear. So there's no reliances on it to shut down. And now we just have all the stuff that came out that was extra, and now that will just go into phase 4. Just one biome. So there's some trains and some drones, obviously, that go out and get me stuff that's not in the biome. But then everything gets brought back here to the desert. So we've got the OG steel frame, or steel factory from like phase 2 and 3 over there, and then this is all this is phase 2 and 3, and then everything from that train station over is all nuclear, except for that's like quartz crystal and stuff like that. This over here, that's our starter factory. Like, that started everything, and then it got built on top of for that train station. That's a turbo fuel plant to help power to give me enough power to turn nuclear on. So it's been a journey, to say the least. No lag. So the only lag really is this area here. I don't know what it is about these generator towers and these diluted packaged fuels. But my computer doesn't like them, and so it drops down into the 30s and 40s. But if I was to fly over in that area, it'd be 200 frames per second. The weird thing is this is the exact same blueprint, and I don't have any lag, but just in this area, and if I'm looking at them, I get frames that dip out. But other than that, it's fine. So it's really weird. Grab you. Actually, it's new. It's a 5080 and a 9800 FX 3D or whatever, 9800 3D. And I think 32 gigs of RAM. I mean, I guess the good news is if I needed to, I could sell it and it'd be like $10,000 with today's prices. Now that 64 gigs of RAM costs like $3,000. I don't know if it's that much, but it's obviously prices are ridiculous right now. Okay. That should be... Are you hooked up? Man, you're all lit up. Old cartoons, missing a few frames. Well, so then it's got character. That's all right. Okay, you guys are all hooked up. You just need... Yeah, let's take a look at this. So if this is what we've got, this comes in, this is 700. Let's get these right. Or break the power distance. So I was actually noticing that too. Before I started the stream, I was cruising around the world checking on my waste, because we actually just got rid of all of our waste at the very beginning of the stream. And I was flying around here trying to play with it. I was also playing with like the new DLSS 4.5 that came out today, with some frame generation stuff, which seems to be performing and looking a lot better than DLSS 4 did. And I was noticing every time a little lightning bolt from my hover pack came out is when I was seeing stuttering. And so I was flying around. I turned on fly mode or whatever it's called in the advanced settings, and I was flying around it so that I wasn't right, and I took off the hover pack and I wasn't connecting to stuff, and the flame rates weren't... I wasn't dropping frames like I was before. But now I've got it on and not fly mode, and the frames aren't too bad. It'll drop, but yeah, like I look this way and it's 100 frames, 102 frames. I look this way and it's 41. So I don't know what's going on. So let's see here. If I slooped you guys, $640. I needed to be 310. So what does that come out to? Or no, it'd be... I don't want to sloop there because that requires more fuel for this dude. So if I slooped here... So I want 310. Does it take you long to load the game from continue? I wouldn't say so. No, probably less than 10-15 seconds maybe. Like not too long. I mean, obviously it's definitely slower than it used to be. But for the most part, no, it's pretty smooth. So 155. Oh, but then that changes that number, so it won't be able to make them equal. I'd have to do like a 2-to-2 balancer to get those belts equal, so I won't. Let's not do that. Ooh. That's rough. How big is your save? Like, is it just a huge save, or is it just a really slow computer? So I think the best bet is to do the awesome sinks first. Make sure I got those guys hooked up. Nope, see. Okay, you're hooked up, everybody's hooked up. Huge save. Oh, okay. Well, then, I mean, that's not too bad. Like, so have you beaten the game, you just keep playing, or can't build? Oh, okay, yeah. That'll do it. Okay, so that should be enough. The only gotcha will be... Oh... Let's delete you for now. What is that fuel being used for? You go into frames and then... Can't build small, I'm in no rush to beat it, rebuilding everything. Oh, okay. Well, I mean... As long as the saves are able to keep getting loaded, then... You know, keep on keeping on. What are you? You're my rubber line. Until your PC melts. Don't do that, bro. Shit's expensive now. Nobody can afford that. Wait, okay, so you're the line. So you to... Damn. Okay, so not that way. Ugh, you're killing me. I think... Fine, we'll just do that. Go do this side before I forget. Just keep matchy. 1, 2, 3. How often do I stream the game? Usually, for sure, every Tuesday, Thursday, and then if I'm free, then I'll do it like on Monday, Wednesdays usually, and then most of the time I'll do like just quick, easy, like small chill sessions on like Saturday morning or whatever, while I drink my coffee and just it's my form of adult cartoons basically. But yeah, I try to stream it on the somewhat regular basis. Until something better comes along. I haven't really found anything yet. What was I doing? Oh. Okay, so you guys are ready to... Wait, wrong one. Mark 4 in... Can't believe I didn't hook up these belts. That kind of screwed me up. Wait. center output is the overflow. You are any. Okay, so then that should start to be 400 a minute. Sorry, I'm ignoring chat right now just because I gotta get this going before it all backs up and dies. I like your idea of hiding belts in the foundations. Yeah, I feel like if this civilization is able to build warp drives, they're probably able to build, you know, stuff that can go inside of floors. Maybe it's a little cheaty. I try not to clip anywhere else, really. If it's visible, I try not to clip. Okay, you guys are all good there. And then you come up. 1 billion points per minute in the awesome sync. I don't know if you can hit 1 billion, can you? I thought like the string value like rolls off at a certain point. Like maybe you can make 1 billion points, but it doesn't show it at least. Maybe that's what it is. $20 million. I think I'm close to like 2 or 3. If you got 20 million, dude, that's crazy. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm at 1.8, so I'm not even at 2 million. Of course, I did just pull some stuff, but it's just rubber, so I would have figured I would have been higher by now, especially because I am sinking still phase 3 space parts. Like, they're still getting made. I'm just surprised it's not more, honestly. Okay, so now I feel like you're not filling up very fast. That is definitely not 400 a minute. So where did I go wrong? Found you. Yeah, dude, like that means your factory is 10 times the size that mine is. That's crazy. And you're steadily making, you're like constantly making those points, and it's not just like coming from a storage box. Like you're not just sinking a bunch of stuff right now. That's what you're making permanently. Constant, Jesus. Yeah, that's nuts. You're not supposed to be 480. At this point, you're not supposed to be... You're supposed to be 300. No, you're supposed to be way slower than that. Okay, so something over here is still broken. Let's see. You're Mark 2. Oh. That'll do it. So you should be 400. Have you made crystal oscillators? It has a horrible recipe outputs. I have one batch going back here in phase 3. Where are you, electronics? Yeah, using this recipe. I have one batch going to get me into phase 4, and then I have this page needs cleaning up. Under radios, I'm gonna have to make another batch. So that's my 13 whatever that I've got left over coming from phase 3, and then I'll have to make another 12. So not too bad. Everything, I have everything technically already made. I just have to put the manufacturers down. Everything's done. Everything is done there. The one that I didn't like was the radios. That one, that's a gross recipe. All right, so you're good there. Now I need to come over here and turn you on. Oh, stuck. Shit. And there goes the rubber. Mark 6 crystal. Oh. Yeah, that's just all gross. Like literally everything you just said, like that's gross. I mean, I don't even have Mark 6s available yet, so, but I think the one that makes me cringe the most is probably the 7 Mark 6 rubber belts, just because of how much processing that takes to get to that amount. So now you're stuck at 480. Ah, shit. Mark 5. Yep. Mark 5. Mark 5. It's you, bitch. many should be 700. Oh, you're still stuck at 780 because you're a Mark IV belt. That's gonna screw some stuff up. Doing diluted fuel factory just to cross recipe the rubber and plastic. Okay. Takes 4 rubber to feed 16 plastic. And 4 plastic to 16 rubber. Yeah, that's too much. Is that too much? It's too much. Why are you 480 though? Okay, so somewhere. I still have a Mark IV belt somewhere. Is it this belt? Nope. Nope. Mark IV or Mark V. Mark V. Mark V. Dwarf is never too much. It was pretty clean. Oh, thank you. It's definitely. I don't even know. It's trying. It's been a struggle. The struggle has been real. Trying to keep it all like figured out in my head and kept track of and everything. It's definitely been trying that, and there's a lot of sushi belts. Like the majority of the belts are sushi. Oh, you're coal. I was like, oh, there it is. You're Mark IV, you're Mark IV. That's correct. Mark IV. Yeah, I definitely underestimated how much room a lot of this stuff was going to take. There's some things that, like, I don't necessarily love how that I'm hiding everything under the or inside of foundations and stuff, but so it just needs a little bit manifold or load balancer. So it's definitely, I'm definitely team manifold, but because everything is sushi belt, not a lot of it is sushi belt. There is quite a bit of load balancing happening to make sure that the sushi belts don't break stuff. Sushi manifold, exactly. Quan's got the right answer. Mark 5, Mark 5. I cannot find this Mark 4 bit. And I know other stuff in the factory is breaking right now because I didn't underclock those generators. Mark 5, Mark 5. Found you. Oh, man. Load balancer purist for the 10% of manifold outputs. That's, I don't, especially at the scale that you're running, like, that's crazy, man. Like, that's, like, that stuff, like, load balancers just take up so much room. Like, I'm doing, like I'm doing, load balancing coming out of the trains. I guess you could call it load balancing. So, like, I'm making sure that it's whatever the input going into the train is the same output coming out of the train. So, like, the rubber that was coming out of the train that was getting merged with the other one was 400 a minute. So I did the math to get it to be 400 a minute coming out of the container. So yeah, it's crazy that you're doing load balancing for the whole thing. Two, 3, 4. All right. Tower 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. $16 balanced only takes about 2.5 foundations. I think the biggest single load balancer was for 75 assemblers. No, I don't want anything to do with that. No, thank you. Nope, nope, nope. All right, so what's going on here? This should be... May just be because these things are backed up. We're backed up with rubber. Where are you? 160. Yeah, so it has to be a Mark III. Mark 1. Mark 1, Mark 1. What are you guys? Make 53 a minute. So you're good. You like seeing the items on the belts? Yeah, I mean, I like seeing them on the belts as well, but like that's just crazy. Like I want to do somewhere. I want to do like a big balancer, like a big balancer piece. Like I think I have 12 780 belts. They're not full 780s, but they're 780 belts. It's either 10 or 12. And then there's a few extra belts on that side of the factory that have quick wire on them that should be added to those. And then I'd like to do like one big load balancer to get all of those belts reduced to, you know, like 8 or so, but then to get them all even. I'd like to do that, but that's low on the priority list. So why? 26.666 times 3, that's my 80. Overflow any. have that extra on the ends. On some of the factories, just merge them until max belt. If I still had extra, either sink it or save for low use item need. Yeah, that's basically what I do. Is so these things all get there's a good example. So like this whole thing, so these are all, that's concerning that those are overflowing. These are supposed to be temporary. So something is backed up. Did I run out of coal again? Can I not do 270 out of this damn thing? I've been having a problem with coal in trucks. 485. It's not even being used. Oh, you're good. I don't know. But so like these, so this belt's got industrial beams on it, and so they go through here, and then it goes through all of these manufacturers, and then there's a row of whatchamacallits, depots down there, and so that gets like the 2.3 whatever beams per minute that's not needed on all the manufacturers. You guys are full up. Wow, that's a whole lot of rows not being ran. I really didn't want to see this. Oh yeah, here's the buffer for the industrial beams. Question though is why are the rods backed up? Rods are backed up because reinforced iron plates are backed up. Reinforced iron plates are backed up because, wow, you're really backed up. You guys are like gridlocked. That steel problem really fucked me. Which explains what I'm seeing here. So can I just do... What's left to unlock Mark 6? All of Phase 4. I haven't even... What I'm doing with the rubber is me starting Phase 4. I haven't done... I did enough basically to... I set up a couple like temporary things. So like over in the cliff area over there's a nasty like mess of just grossness to get me nitrogen and whatnot. But everything else was temporary to build to get nuclear up and running. So now, we got problems on stuff that I built 3 months ago. Thought far in, no. I finished up Phase 3, or yeah, finished up phase 3 and then immediately went into nuclear because whenever I turned in the space elevator, I waited for all of these machines to all be running at 100% so that everything was good and I knew it was great and I could move on. And I was on battery power whenever I turned in phase 3. Okay, so you're finally moving, which should start... Yep, you guys start up. Package 3 or tier 3? Whenever I turned in phase 3, I was on battery power because I was only making like 40,000 megawatts or something like that. So then that's when I went straight into trying to get nuclear online. Yeah, and then I didn't even have enough power to turn nuclear on. Like, the only reason I was able to get nuclear running is because I had built everything up. So I built that whole turbo fuel factory to get me to like 60. And that wasn't enough, or that got me to like 50. So then I added another augmenter down here temporarily, quote unquote, temporarily. And then all of this stuff was backed up and not running. So then whenever I turned the reactors on, there was enough room for them to turn on and start consuming and then also start producing power. So yeah, just today I finished up. So this giant stack right here was all my waste. I had like 52,000 or something like that waste built up because there were some hiccups in the production chain. And so that just got finished doing it today. So I actually haven't gone and checked on that in like 3 hours. So I should probably go check on it, but I'm kind of trying to figure out what the fuck's going on over here. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what I was going for, is I wanted it to, like, especially like this one, like I was really happy with like how this part turned out. I wanted it to look kind of like I think a factory would, and like over here, like this obviously looks a lot better whenever it's not jammed up. But yeah, try to make it somewhat believable, and I think I should have. One of the goals was to have the ability to be able to go up to you should be able to reach any machine in the factory on foot, and if you can't reach a machine, you should be able to reach at least one of the machines in the group. So you might not be able to reach all, 32 assemblers or whatever, but you should be able to go up and read what's going on in one of them. So like these guys, you can't. I guess you can read this one. You wouldn't be able to read this one, but you can read this one. So that was kind of the goal, is that I wanted to be able to come up to any of these machines from at least some catwalk and be able to figure out what's going on. And I think so far I've achieved that. But the catwalks are a big part of that vibe for sure. So you guys aren't backed up anymore. Probably deleting them too soon, but whatever. So where are you broken now? So you come over, and half the time I gotta go back and figure out what the hell my factory was actually doing. Okay, so there's the rods. Right, you were overflow. Why are you not running? Did I just never hook you up? Whiplash hell, hello, howdy everyone. Do I ever go into photo mode and look at the whole thing? Yeah, I used to, I used to go and, when I first started the series, I'd do a stream and then I'd come back and I would edit the stream and then I'd do like a quick this is what we did last time and this is what we're doing today. And so then that was like a bunch of like B-roll type stuff. To capture those intro stuff. I haven't done those in a while. I got kind of, I would say I got lazy with it, but I got overwhelmed, I guess would be the more proper thing to say. Okay, so your overflow. I swore I had a splitter for or a merger. There it is. Gotta find the. So that means this has been broken for a while. Okay, that gets hidden. next week on Dragon Balls. not quite, but yeah. And it would be technically it was previously on Dragon Ball Z. It was a previously, not a next time. Okay, so that means I don't need you. Go away, bitch. Mark 5, Mark 5, Mark 5, Mark 5, okay. So that means you should be moving. You are. You are moving. You have gaps. That's even better. Gaps are good. This is an amazing looking factory. Thank you. It's taken some minutes. I think I'm in 572 hours in. I can do a quick overview. These right here, these 8 smelters are the very beginning of the factory. They were the very first things that were put down. And from there, basically, it grew into like this huge spine thing, and that's making all the wire that's needed for cabling, and then that goes into over here for the automated wiring. Anything that's lit up blue is a space elevator part. So then that gets loaded onto this train. There's the smart plating is down here where that road area is. Underneath all of that is where smart plating is, and then versatile frameworks is this dude right here. So all that gets loaded onto the train, and then this train goes around the factory, goes down, goes around, and I think it is... Where's the next factory, or the next train? It's right here. So then this is where phase 2 gets dropped off. And it unloads, and so then these are phase 3 stuff. There's phase 3 somewhere over there. Oh, right here. There's phase 3 right there. And then there's some more phase 3 somewhere else. I don't remember it all. And so then it gets loaded back onto. Eventually, they all get loaded back into this train, and then that train comes back over there, and then it's loaded to load into the space elevator part, and then it just dumps everything else. And so the goal is basically that once phase 4 is complete, I'll have another train station. So, for example, like right here, all of phase 3 will get loaded onto the train, and it'll go from this train station to that train station, get unloaded to make phase 4 stuff. Phase 4 gets loaded on, and it'll go back, and it'll get loaded on there. Yeah, so that's basically it. That's oil from phase 2. This top rolling is everything for nuclear from the swamp. So the swamp brings in stuff like bauxite and stuff. So nuclear has its own entire production chain. So nothing for nuclear relies on anything previously generated. So everything is from scratch for nuclear. And then so that's this giant train station here, and this train station here. Yeah, so everything gets dropped off and then made, and then everything is. I do a lot of sushi belts, so see if I can find a good one. So like that's coal and bauxite. That's like 5 items right there for that dude. Some of these things, like some of the nuclear lines, have like 10 different items on them. But yeah, lots of sushi belts, lots of manifolds, ridiculous amounts of stuff and things. So Yeah, today we finished up nuclear, technically, officially 100%. Although I haven't checked on it in like 3 hours since we said we officially completed it. All the waste that we built up is being eaten, and so now we're technically are starting on phase 4. We haven't done any phase 4 stuff besides nuclear, so that's where we're at. That's probably correct. That line looks pretty good. And so now we're dealing with just some breakages. I did have a bunch of coal going off and doing stuff at nuclear from the truck stop here, but that was not working out. And we were running out of coal, but then that broke a bunch of stuff back here in phase 3. So that's what we were doing kind of when you joined there, Whiplash. Okay, so I am confused though. Why this is backing up. I guess it's backing up because it's not pulling rubber off the line, so then it's too much. I guess that'd be why. That should be 620. Is that it? It was just not... Oh, okay. I guess that was it. It just couldn't clear the line itself fast enough. Even though the math worked out. Just watch this a little bit longer just to make sure. I think that's it. Yeah, that's at 620. This is making 160. Yeah. Okay. So that should be... Just plop you in there. $620 and $320. Cool beans. So that is... Okay, yeah, that I don't need. That was what I was gonna sloop. That's good, because that means I don't have to go sloop hunting yet. Even though I want to, because I want to build a third augmenter, but... Alright, so we started the episode with... lots of planning, and then we sat around not doing a damn thing for like an hour and a half, and then it took us 3 hours to do this. But at least we've got this taken care of. We filled this spot. I was a little worried about like how I was going to fill this spot for the longest time. But it's done. It's there. It's in place. Now we should go check on the nuclear before we destroy the whole planet. How many is this? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's 7 lines of quick wire. I thought it was more than that, but guess not. You can get cleared out. Thank you for your service. %. Why is there uranium? I mean, and it has plenty. Oh shit, we are... Okay, so we're backing up a little bit. But why? Is there an ending to this game, or can you just keep playing forever? So there's the main goal of the space elevator parts. But then once you reach the final stage, I mean, that's the end of the game, but you can keep playing your saves. So it's not like you reach the end and then that's it. You can keep playing. $300 225. 750, that's correct. I'm wondering... You played the game, but you haven't made it very far. Yeah, I think... Well, and then, so the developers have also... The new 1.2 is supposed to come out in the next couple of months. And they've kind of alluded to introducing game modes into it. One of those is pretty much all but confirmed, is that they're going to randomize the nodes. How that actually gets randomized, we don't know yet. But that's pretty much all but confirmed. And one of the things that they've also talked about in the past, but again, nothing confirmed, was changing how the game ended, as far as, or making it an option to change how the game ends, where you could basically have to continuously feed the space elevator parts, and so it would be like, okay, you've done it, you've turned them in, and now we're gonna do it again, but it increases the values, so it just kind of keeps going up. The new patch won't add new content based more than what's already in the game, as far as story, but yeah, they're talking about adding new game modes and stuff like that. So yeah, that should be coming in the next couple of months. So why are you running low on uranium? That's the piece I don't understand. Like, that's the thing that's been locked down in place for 2 months, is uranium. What do you not have? You have absolutely everything. You just take a long ass time. Playing a new save this past weekend, 17 hours in. Alright. Just couldn't stand to be away. I mean, good luck on the save. Like, and don't be afraid to tear down and rebuild, unless that's a rule that you're setting for yourself. So you're behind because that one's behind, and that one's behind because uranium. You guys should be running just peachy. You is. Tore down, started again. I mean, I don't start until so there was phase 0, and then there was phase 1, and then there's phase 2. Once I unlock phase 2, I then complete all of phase 2 with my spaghetti mess that I had from the very, very, very beginning of the game. And then once phase 2 is completed and I have everything turned in, then I'll have like 2 crates worth of stuff, of storage containers. I'll have 2 storage containers worth of stuff. And then I tear absolutely everything down. And then that's when I started. So phase 0, 1, and 2 were all completely done. Everything turned in, tore down the space elevator, and then that's when this factory started. You have no idea what you're doing and it boggles your brain. I mean, I would suggest Satisfactory Modeler. It's a free app on Steam. And you know, this is my starter factory, so this is where I started, which is this factory over here. So after I completed all of phase 2, so technically I landed like here. I built all my spaghetti mess out here in the middle of the desert, and then I moved once everything was ready and I was ready to start building. Then I built this guy right here. And technically it's just this platform over all of this got added onto it afterwards. And it just produces, you know, 10 a minute, 15 a minute, 1.25 a minute, just some basic stuff just to get me going. Yeah, I just started there. These were a bunch of like impure nodes or whatever. And so I just used those to get started. Yeah. Yep. Those yellow? No, those are definitely green. Okay. I don't know why my uranium just isn't working though. Like, you guys are definitely not running behind. This thing's completely full. It's doing Mark 3 and Mark 4. Just let me do the math. 480 plus 270. 750. So that's right. And you guys are 125. So 750 minus 125 times 5? 4. It's 250. Yep. Yep. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Minus, what did I say this was? $31.25 times 8 equals 0. So yeah, everything, it should be groovy. So does it just take absolutely forever to get up to it? I mean, we checked on it 3 hours ago and it wasn't at 100%, and now it's still only at 97. That seems odd. Satisfactory on Epic will model. Yeah, it should. It doesn't have any. There's no affiliation with the with the game itself. It's not tied into it. It's 100% standalone. So yeah, you could run it even if you didn't own Satisfactory at all. What the hell is this? Oh, this was for whenever I... Okay, this can go away for sure. So I want to know if uranium is somehow getting skipped over. I don't know how that would be possible, but... There's a whole lot of belts under here. They're doing crazy things. Yeah, no, sure, not a problem. There's a few people online that's made tutorials. I was supposed to have made a tutorial like 6 months ago, so I haven't done it. Not what Darren plays. He doesn't use it. That's my account. I'm trying to think. Let me look on this one. I think its name's like DSGZ or something like that. DSGZ, yeah. And I think he has a tutorial. Oh, you do? Does he stream? Yeah, so go look up DSGZ. Here, I'll put it in there. Here's his video. Hopefully that comes. It should. I mean, it's my channel. Hopefully the links go through. Oh, but you're on YouTube. Did that go through on YouTube? No. Let me try it here. Yeah, so check him out. Past 3 weeks he's been streaming Fixmas builds. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's one thing I didn't do. I completely turned off Fixmas. I didn't even do it. Yeah, so check out that video, and then I think he has a follow-up video. That's pretty good. It doesn't go into detail on everything, but like for basic planning for like this starter factory or whatever, like that's plenty for what you need to, for what you kind of need to know. The one thing I will say that I haven't seen anybody talk about is like if you start going in here and like you're 20 different levels deep, it'll start to like bog down, and because it tries to recalculate everything in the chain. So I try to end my chains like anytime I finish an outpost, I put all my items into a storage container, and then I change it to empty. And then I don't 100% understand the different states here, but I change it to empty, and then that's supposed to basically stop it from recalculating past that point. So if I went from here and then I did a bunch of crazy stuff, like let's say I did like 30 different operations from these iron plates, it wouldn't recalculate these. It wouldn't redo any calculations at this point. It would stop here. So anytime I go from one outpost to a new outpost, I'll put a storage container here. So yeah, that's my one tip. Okay, so you're running at 100%. So maybe it just took a long ass time. But that means I need to shut off one of the reactors again to get rid of this waste. I'll do that after stream, I guess. Yeah, of course, no problem. But I think that's where I'm going to end it. I'm kind of hungry. Need to eat some dinner. I really didn't do much at all today. Like, we ran a belt from one side of the factory to the other and then set up 6 refineries. Well, technically 9, I guess. No, 3 and 6. There you go. And we redirected some fuel. That's basically all that we did. And we cleaned up some waste, but then we created more waste. So, but at least we know where the coal is going to come from. That was a big one. And we know kind of how we're going to do the bauxite. We know where this stuff is going to come from. So that's good. So I think, yeah, next stream I'll dive deeper into this aluminum factory setup. Now that I'm not so scared to build on that side of the factory again. So let's just fly over there real quick. So the goal, I think, will be that, so the train is going to come around and go out, and then I think I'm going to turn it and go out this way maybe. Because I really don't think 4 cars of bauxite is going to be enough. Is going to be fast enough to deliver 3180. That might be what we do, actually, is just set up. We might start off the next stream by connecting this train line and running a train out to that outpost over there, and then running one drone to a bauxite point, a pure bauxite point, and seeing what throughput we get out here. Because if I can do just a single train with 4 cars full of bauxite, then that would be real nice. If not, then that's really going to suck. So that's probably what we'll start with next time, is doing a test run of a train and a drone setup for bauxite, and then we'll start building out the actual bauxite, or the actual aluminum stuff. I guess I also need to do some decorating over here. But, I mean, that's... who cares about that, you know? Anywho, that's it. So I'll catch all of you guys later. Quantum, Freddy, thanks for hanging out. Whiplash and Fox, if you're still here. And Valicious. Valious? Thanks for tuning in. I guess I gotta be a good content creator and say like and subscribe and follow over on Twitch. if you want. I'm usually on Twitch. Sometimes I'm on YouTube. Depends on how the internet's acting up. But anyway, take care, guys. I'll see you next time.